Yo, what up, Castle? Good morning. I swear this wither skeleton farm works better when I'm not streaming. There's a point where I was like, I pulled up Minecraft, I ran around, I got some water, I went to the bathroom, what have you, and so I had Minecraft pulled up before I had turned on the stream, right? And so I've got it turned on, and it's just like a constant, steady, just waterfall of skeletons. And then I hit the start streaming button, and then it goes down to like one skeleton a minute. Good morning, isn't it like 2 p.m.? Okay, listen here, I don't need you to judge or berate me for my life choices. Ooh, I should go get... Why does it seem so dark? Am I just blind? I don't know. I should go get more, fire resistance potions. Why does it seem so dark? Didn't we have this glitch once before? Looks like your render distance is lower, maybe? No, it's always 16 chunks. Let's reload. Maybe that's what it is. Okay, that looks better. I think. Yeah, I think this is correct. Or at least more correct. No! Why they do that? Why is that a thing they do? Y'all are weird. Just push each other off the edge a little bit. And then I'll kill whoever remains. Problem solved. They love role-playing. That one scene from Star Wars. It still seems oddly dark, doesn't it? Or maybe my eyes are just messed up, considering I just woke up. Oh, I still have sleep in my eyes. Ow, painful. What is that, like, gunk in your eyes when you first wake up? What is that actually called? Sleep gunk? Eye gunk? it is peak gross, huh? The incentive people should have to wash their face right when they wake up? Oh hey, yeah, that's a good idea. I should do that. When I roll out of bed, I just let myself be like my face matted and, you know, the lines of my pillow still smushed into my cheek. So if you open your door, you might not be able to breathe. There's so much smoke today. Is it that bad? Oh, that sucks. Project seems to be almost done. We'll see. We'll see. I think I'd be very happy if I were able to make the wither tree farm today. I know that we need to add like a proper basement to the farm. So that way I could build like all of the under farm storage, what have yous. I think we do expand it to contain bones as well. So that way I don't have to build some sort of like what's the worst thing if I add a little bit of bone storage? None. There is no downside. Maybe it's a bit bigger. Whereas if we have the bones, we could then use the bones, like the player could turn them into bone meal and then push them into, say, the tree farm for, yeah, so it works. Things. My other alternative would be to build a second melon pumpkin farm, and just run it into a composter array. But I'm pretty sure the thing in the overworld that is so laggy is the melon pumpkin farm. Think it could be done today? I mean, in meta, this project is single-digit percentage points done. I mean, it is, right? It's gotta be. Hey, thanks for the new follow. Hey, we got a few new follows. Why did they all go through live this minute? Wait, what just happened? I just got, like, more follows than my Twitch notification bar has room. That's like 50 or 100 new followers. Strange. Yeah, probably bots. Do I have a way of skipping this? Skip alert. Nah, the skip alert, it doesn't seem like it's working. Maybe it did. I don't know. Well, this is part of the reason that I made the follower notification so uninvasive. I have no idea what that's about. Skip a coup! That's a real follow. Thank you for the follow, man. They all have the same naming convention. I noticed that too. I wonder why. Not Chromo. What up? Strange, strange, strange. I wonder why I'm targeted with like a follower bot bomb. That's weird. Yeah, it'll get to it. There's oh, it just happened again. This one's only like 10 long. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. Adjective, noun, screw. Adjective, noun. I read there's a dude's name who just followed whose name is Screw. Adjective, noun, number. Yeah, I don't know. Do we turn follows off today? I think we do. Because it's still going. God, I don't want to convert my clips to TikTok. However, that's not a bad idea. Alert box. Follows. Disable? Allow follow alerts. Disable. Save settings. Okay. This is why we can't have nice things, chat room. My worry is, could this be used to punish you? I doubt it. Like, what purpose does a follow bomb do? If you're gonna cheat, buy a viewer bot. What? Like, getting a bunch of follows does nothing. But having a viewer bot, ooh, now that actually has like a channel benefit. Hello, fellow humans. Yes, all these humans are definitely following right now. So much lava. Saying hello to the humans, the bots can go sit into a corner and think about what they've done. True though. I wonder how stuff like that gets targeted. Like, did a human being come through my channel and see us in here and be like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna follower bomb this channel. Or is it just some sort of like, they wrote an algorithm that randomly selects a channel, and today my channel was randomly selected for this follower bomb? You know what I mean? Like, how does it choose its target? And moreover, like, if you're gonna cheat the system by doing anything, why would you do it in, like, a set of, I don't know, what would you say that was? Like, oh, I shut it off before you guys could see. Maybe 200 follow alerts? Why would you, if you're gonna abuse the system, why would you send 200 follow alerts all at exactly the same moment? Why wouldn't you be like, over the course of a few hours, send, you know, one alert every 20 seconds or something like that? Maybe that's more suspicious? I don't know. Too high IQ to do that. Yeah. I think the idea is to get you banned for buying followers, but Twitch is pretty good about not jumping to that. That's interesting. So you think it's a result of just a toxic community member targeting us? And there are better ways to even do that, though? Thinking to myself, would it be easier to get a streamer to like view pornography live on stream and use that to get them banned? And it's like, okay, so how do you get the streamer to view pornography? Maybe this is a bad thing to talk about, because even though like it's I think an interesting thing that could happen, I don't want to provide examples for people to use against either myself or other streamers. Rates. I bet that there are a number of methods that you could use to get to have the streamer incriminate themselves. And I bet that would probably be easier. Sabotage other streamers? That's weird, because, like, a rising tide raises all ships. So my success is Twitch's success. And by that logic, if I'm bringing, like, to speak very plainly, if I'm bringing more people into the Minecraft section on Twitch, all other Minecraft streamers on Twitch benefit from that. Because when I end my stream, those viewers don't just suddenly, you know, cease existing. There is a good chance that they look for other similar content. And so when I'm not live, other people could be getting those same viewers. I really, really doubt that I am the only streamer that all of you watch. Oh, he's gone. But again, if they're dumb enough to try that, I guess your point stands. It's a very surface level. I'm gonna bot them and then get them banned. That seems very single brain celled. I remember Pokemon getting baited into pulling up P-Hub on stream. Yep, that would be a much easier way to get a streamer banned than... I don't think I've ever heard of a streamer getting banned from someone else view botting their stream. I don't know if that happens. Like, I'm pretty sure that Twitch waits for, like, really substantial proof on, Man, where am I supposed to dig here? Twitch waits for really substantial proof on stuff like that. I thought I punched him for a moment, and it spooked me. I was like, damn it! This is a spot where I really want to kill all these zombie piglins, but at the same time, I know that there's just a ton over in that, like, little alcove. And I don't want to have to deal with all of them. You're the only streamer I watch? Well, thanks. I think you'd be in the minority with that, though. I think. Thank you. I try. Ooh, rates. Look at all these. Oh, God, such rates. Was all of this just really a single block through? Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. We could have had rates for so long. All of this is like nothing. Look at that. Makes me upset. Okay, yeah, that checks out, I guess. Why are you digging instead of slabbing? Caves. We tried slabbing for the zombie piglin farm, and admittedly, it did work pretty good, but I would like to... You know, I'm not super experienced with how to build a perimeter in the nether, and so I kind of want to vary it up. I want to try 2 different strategies. I'd like, you know, we tried slabbing over at the zombie piglin farm. So for the wither farm, I think I'd like to try just perimeter clearing. Yeah. Oh, there he goes. And the reason I would like to try perimeter clearing in this area is because the thing that I am most interested in from the wither skeleton farm isn't the skulls, isn't the bones, it's not the coal, it's the experience. I think that the wither skeleton farm has the potential to be some of the highest experience per hour that I can get automatically. And so then I could build a couple of AFK farms near it namely a nether tree farm and a basalt farm. And then I could AFK at those two farms and get just insane rates. There it is. And get just insane rates from the experience. That's my goal, that's the hope, that's the dream. How far over is this? Just curious. Oh, he left. So many ghost blocks today. Who are the lead characters? What are their names in the Ghostbusters? Like if I were to be like, yo, I'm gonna call, I don't know. What is it? Dean Winchester from Bro, why are you up in my business? I'm gonna call Dean Winchester. Everybody might be like, oh, that's a supernatural reference. And then they'd understand that, like, oh, he's saying he's gonna go call someone to get rid of the ghosts. This is really all good? Okay. I don't know if I'm weird, but I don't want the flowing lava. I'll come back and slab it all, though. Fly away. Bill Murray is Dr. Peter Venkman. Oh yeah, that sounds familiar. No, rarely do you watch streams for good gameplay now. Normally personality holds you more. Oh, well, what are you doing here, eyebrows? I've got the personality of, like, a wet paper towel, man. Like, you know how when you forget your clothes in the laundry, and then they just smell all kind of musky, and it's just, and then you gotta, like, wash them again, but this time you've gotta use all the smelly good stuff that you have in the house? That's the personality that I have. It doesn't even have to. Hey, what up, Nate? It doesn't even have to make sense, but it does. It does make sense. Even if it doesn't, it still does. Okay, that's another section. We got 2 sections cleared out in the first, like, few minutes of the stream. Let's see if we can feel a difference in the rates. Let's fly away and come back. Let's see if it feels any different. You can use vinegar to kill the must. Vinegar, I couldn't say it. I'm all about the discussion. Nims is the only streamer I've found where you can have a discussion both with the streamer and others. What are you talking about? Nims never reads chat. I never look at this scrolling feed of words and numbers and letters. I find I can't watch large streamers anymore. I like being able to chat, both chat and the streamer. And that checks out. What I would like, we've talked about this before, is I like the interaction as well. I like being able to read the chat. And so, like, conceptually, this seems pretty good, by the way, but this is still the initial burst. I'd say the initial burst is over now. Do you remember when we first turned this on and how bad it was? This is a lot better. Anyway, to finish the thought, I know that there are tools that like algorithmically sort your chat into 2 different channels or 2 different like sections. One of them is like legitimate comments, and the other are like spam and what have you. Like, which would sort out like emote spams and like copy pastas and whatnot. And so then we could use something very similar to that in order to still have some type of conversation, even if the chat moves much quicker. Chit Chat is the name of the tool. It sure is. Oh, do we shut off the chicken farm before that becomes a problem? Maybe. Is this AFK farm sustainable? Wither tree / basalt? I was just thinking about that. The experience rates are way better than the experience rates of the skeleton farm in the overworld, right? And if the skeleton farm in the overworld can handle a player cutting down a tree, then wouldn't this be able to do it as well? It's gotta be. Okay. Bro, I've got Danny Phantom stuck in my head. Yo, Danny Phantom, he was just 14 when his parents built a very strange machine. It was designed to view a world unseen. Gonna cut them all because he's Danny Phantom. I don't know why I have that stuck in my head. And it's just that opening like 10 seconds. And now it slows down, question mark? Let's see if we can see any other trouble spots, but then I'd be interested in building the tree farm. Oh no, it's F3B. We show them hitboxes. They spawn right next to me. I don't see anything. Bro, I'm like leaning forward. I'm like getting right next to my monitor. Just trying to look for any trace of something. Okay, there's 2. I saw one there, but it immediately despawned. I see another there. Let's go look at what that's like. Ah, here we are. Okay. But like, this area might not be that bad, real talk, because when we're at the bottom of the farm, this might be rounded off by the sphere that the player... what's the word? This might be rounded off by the sphere because the sphere would be centered so low in the world that it might not reach this upper area. But this is definitely where we are. E-Ray. Yeah, we can try that. I have problems trusting it because I don't know what entities it's seeing. I would rather just see the entities myself, you know? Why are the raids so good? I don't want to move too much because I don't want to spawn or despawn anything that wouldn't have spawned or despawned otherwise. Like, look at that. That was 4 dudes that just spawned right next to me. Anyway. We can do this. Right. And so what we're looking at is right here. E23, 25. But this gets like striders in it and stuff, which isn't necessarily truthful or indicative. See, there we see 46. So that's significantly higher than like, yeah, look at that. So right there, the entity count is 20-ish. It goes down to like 13. As I look back this way, it's 7. Okay. So then as we spin, there's definitely a few things over in this space. But then we hit right here, and look at that. It's up to 58, 59, 57. Okay, so yeah, definitely that way. Still, goes back down to 8, goes 7, 12, 13, 17, 19, 21. Those are definitely mobs that are spawning. 20. 23. It seems to be holding steady at mid-20s. No? I think what's happening is monsters from there are despawning and monsters are now spawning over here. It's creeping up. It's not holding steady. Okay, so that's the big trouble spot, but there's something over here that's catching it too. What is a mood? 32%? I don't know. It's in the sound category. I wonder if this controls like what sounds are played, but not a clue. Ooh, 40 some odd. Oh, you can see it. It's right here. It's in this line. Oh, well, I think we found it. I'm curious about something. There it is. Oh, I wanted to try to fly. I want to know what the coordinates are for this wall. 256. That's easy to remember. So with that context, and knowing that, like, this area here is the worst, like, somewhere in this space is real bad. Where's the edge? Oh, buddy, it goes over a ways. Another 50 blocks. Yeah, I mean, it's still 256 and we're at 270. Could you stop? Okay, I'm gonna hang out next to this piglin. He's keeping me safe. What a doop. Nice boots, bro. 256 still hasn't been found. It's inside of this wall. That's a lot more than I expected. Not gonna lie. Because, like, this is the limit right here. It was, like, 127. But knowing that we need to square it out from this spot all the way over to that wall, it's a bit bigger than I was expecting, chat room. That's what she said. What was the Buddha do? Oh, it was freaking... Ugh, spam email. Is it up there that's the really bad spot? Yeah, I think this spot is worse than that spot, right? How much would this take? This would only take us a few minutes to clear out. Explain to me, I get those no piglins can be found to barter with. Wait, what? Why I miss? I like the mood ring to Minecraft, if only. Is this the new 2020 version of hooking up a heart rate monitor to your stream? Alright, after receiving my things from Blaze Death several times over, I am finally here. Welcome, okay. Fire ice potions are pretty nice. Explain to me how I get those where no piglins I see. It's like blaze powder to craft your own fire resistant potion, isn't it? Which then is a little self-defeating, because if you are dying to blaze and need blaze powder to get your fire resistance potions to kill blaze, well, there's the edge. That's what I wanted to find. That should take care of a lot of the spawning spots, like in these, the upper nooks and crannies. The mobs can sometimes spawn on, kind of like that platform there. That should take care of all of that. Okay. I wonder, should we actually be doing, should we do the entity count trick from the bottom of the Wither farm? And because that would then show us where the mobs are spawning when we're actually in the farm. Maybe. There's definitely an argument to do it that way. But I feel like I've made this spawning platform better, which is worse. Like, mobs are now more likely to spawn here, given how perfect the terrain is. So I think I need to finish this section, and then I will go look at it. Damn ghost blocks! Gonna catch a mob to take it down to random. One of my favorite games to play with candy rabbits, and it's a problem because you can only play this game like maybe 3 times before you can never play it again. And that is, you take turns playing theme songs or intros to like childhood cartoons. And then you try to guess them before either they say the name of the show or just before the song ends. So like if it gets to the part in the Danny Phantom opening thing where they say Danny Phantom, well then boom, that's not worth points anymore. But if you can guess it from like the opening of the little jingle, well then that's totally valid and you get a point. Duct tape, woo! That's one of the greatest theme songs that's ever been written, for the record. The one from DuckTales. Danger looks around you. Something like that. I don't even know. Hey, what up, Zach? I was just mowing the lawn, ran over a snake, and it survived. The problem was that. Oh, that's pretty sad. Because that was probably just the garden snake that. Big sad. Bears? What do you mean gummy bears? So anyway, you can only play that game like once or I would say 2 to 3 times, not once, but you could play it 2 to 3 times. But the problem is there's a limited number of childhood theme song openings. And as soon as you start to play this game with any amount of frequency, you just learn them all and you know the answers. It's only fun whenever you have that, like, wild nostalgia that's like, oh god, I haven't heard this show in 20 years, or something like that, but fuck, we're old now, so I'm ancient in the terms of streaming content creation. My age begins with a 3 chat room. get into like the really obscure shows though, like stuff that people definitely know of, but haven't heard more than like once or twice. Like think of it. Try to remember what the Gargoyles opening theme song was like. I'll wait. Nah, he's fine. He's out there just living his best life. Oh, he's got fire aspect on his sword. Good for him. Why you gotta be like this? Oh, that was a problem. Okay. Bro, didn't I just kill you? It was actually kind of wild. One spawned immediately next to the one that we had just killed. Do we get iron golems? This is... It's not the worst that we've dealt with, but it's not great. That's annoying, for sure. Oh, this isn't far enough. Okay, here's what we do. I'm gonna finish this layer. And then we'll kill all the zombie picking. Rescue Rangers. Oh God, what is that one? We've definitely used that in this game, but I don't remember what it sounds like. Ghost block! Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go... Okay. A lot of, like, void right here. Perfect. Come get me, boys. Yeah. See, like, the majority of them are just gonna push each other off the edge, which is perfect. And I don't necessarily even want to kill them, I think. I think I'm much more interested in just letting them sit somewhere below us. In letting them sit somewhere below us, so that way we don't have to worry about, if they despawn, then don't they just respawn and become the exact same problem that they already are? You know what I mean? But if we let them live, well then boom, they're eating up the mob cap. We don't have to deal with the next wave spawning. It's really fun, Uskal, because sometimes you'll get those songs or the intro melodies that are like the opening line of the song is Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. And so you have to, so whenever you are the person that's like playing the clip, you play the clip, but right before they say Scooby-Dooby-Doo, you have to pause it. And then the other person is just stood there, only having heard like 3 notes, and be like, what the hell? I only get 3 notes? That's it? Which in itself is a hint. But still, it gets pretty goofy at that point. Sometimes it's all it takes. True. But that's the fun of it. They even, like, there are even channels where they've taken, like, 20 songs, like 20 intro themes, whatever, and they just put them together in, like, little 10-second blurbs. And that's kind of how we started, because we were talking about, like, old childhood shows, and then, you know, you after talking about it for so long, you just want to hear it. So we would like YouTube search it up, and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh, YouTube then started recommending those like channels that had turned them into like blurb things, like the guessing games. And I was just like, oh yeah, instead of, we could just make this into a game, and then that's really fun. They're not mad at me anymore. What up, guys? They are very in my way. There's only 2 of them, and they have both been in my way multiple times. The very first thing of Digimon's English interest is very similar to the Britney Spears Stronger. I've never made that correlation. You should send me both, and then I'll listen to them. Not on stream, of course. I'm not trying to get banned. Bro, do you mind? Okay. Music channel it is. Oh my god! Oh, pickaxe durability. I saved it though. 30 durability. That is dangerously low. That's 120 blocks that we had left. Which is like 2 or 3 more swipes. Oh, it's close. Yeah, thanks, Eyebrows. I appreciate you very much. You had my back, 100%. You definitely weren't waiting there, hoping, praying that I would miss it. Definitely not. How much further do we have? Oh, not even that much. Let's go. Yo, what up, Grog? How it be today? Let's just pop this out real quick. Yeah, rates. 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 And this isn't connected, is it? No, we're just on like a little floaty bit. Would it just be easier for me if I just took this out? Yeah, it would be. In the very grand scheme of things. Blah. We almost broke a pickaxe today, but then we didn't. OSEP. Exclamation mark project with the wolf-powered wither skeleton farm, blah, blah, blah. I'm working on clearing a perimeter for said farm. I could show you the farm real quick. So right now, I've only got it built in one intersection. However, I do have a second intersection that we could use. But I come from YouTube, and I make like tutorials and guides for players. And so I want to make it with one intersection to learn what a regular farm would be like. And so you can see that they're spawning and blah, 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 blah. So now if we come in here, I'm gonna use this to repair. It's wolf powered, so you have a bunch of wolves embedded in, like, inside of minecarts. And then, come on, give me the good rates. Give me the good rates. So you have a bunch of wolves in minecarts, which then kill your wither skeletons right as they fall. They take, they land with 1 health. Wolves then attack them, and because the wolves are owned by the player, it's counted as a player kill, which means the skeletons drop experience, but they also drop rare drops, which for a wither skeleton is a wither skull. So this is a fully automatic wither skull farm, and like we're getting there. That real talk, that is probably already more wither skulls than I will ever use in this entire world's playthrough. But the thing that I'm most interested in is the experience that the farm can provide. So I'm, oh jeez, I shouldn't have flown away. I'm currently level 524. My personal best, my PB, is 569. But then I broke a couple of pickaxes. It's RIP Silky Subscribe 5.0 and 6.0. Rest in pieces, get pickaxes. That dropped my experience by a lot. making Silky subscribe 6 when I broke 5, and then making 7 when I broke 6, like a day later. But due to the nature of a hardcore world, you know, effectively you can't die, it means that it's relatively easy to build a large amount of levels. And also the way that I prefer to play this game, I don't enjoy enchanting tables. I typically play the game using villagers for most of what I need. So like, let's say, instead of going mining for diamonds, I'll just buy every single piece of diamond gear through a villager. So diamond pick, diamond shovel, diamond axe, diamond sword, diamond chest, helm, legs, boots, etc. Right? So to that end, there's for the purposes of gear, there's no reason for me to go mining for diamonds. I could still use diamonds for things like, what is it, an enchanting table, I think takes a diamond, but I don't even use regular enchanting tables, because I would much rather roll librarian villagers until I find exactly the book trades I want, and then I just buy the books from the villagers and enchant my gear with those books on an anvil. And then everything except for my bow has mending on it, so as long as I'm not an idiot, smooth brain, baby brain, dumb, then my gear doesn't break. So, the way that I play the game already is very level conservative, and then, due to the nature of a hardcore world, you can't die. That also means that it's a little bit easier to get absurd amounts of levels. Except for raids. Well, to be fair, I actually don't mind mining in the Nether nearly as much as I hate it in the overworld. In the overworld, it feels absolutely wasteful. There is almost no gain, no gain or benefit from mining in the overworld. Like I just highlighted how I feel about diamonds. They're worthless. I'll throw diamonds in the lava, like they don't matter. We just got another follower bomb. It just happened again, for the record, but follow alerts are shut off. And it's definitely the same thing. Oh, I was looking at the other thing. I was looking at my alerts. It's still adjective, noun, single-digit number. Yeah. Wonder what that's all about. Yeah, so in the overworld, whenever you go mining, there's like, what are you mining for? Diamonds? Don't need them. Redstone? Just build a witch farm or villager trade. Are you digging for lapis? You don't need that either if you're not using an enchanting table. Like, are you digging for stone? Oh, God, that's so much effort to then just go get yourself a stone generator. So, like, there's nothing that's worth digging for in the overworld, in my style of play. But in the Nether, every now and then, I find an ancient debris. And that is still good and relevant even after I have full netherite gear. One, because I'm an idiot dum-dum who breaks my gear semi-regularly. And two, because even if I am not an idiot dum-dum, and I never ever ever break my gear, ancient debris is still nice to have for its blast resistance and ability to be moved by a piston. So conceptually, if I wanted to build like something like a wither containment cage, like a wither boss cage, and then use the wither boss in order to farm something, you know, automatically, having ancient debris could be helpful for that. Especially if I wanted to build some sort of farm that had toggles or something. You mine for amethyst geodes? Oh, well, yeah, that's a good point. Post 117 amethyst geodes is a good point. But again, once you find one, isn't that it? Like, you just set up a couple of amethyst farms on the budding crystals or whatever, and that's it. You're done. You check out. You go home. You tell your kids goodbye, and then you go to the corner store for some cigarettes, and you just never come back. Mining for copper, deep slate, and tough? What is tough? Odds have apparently been real bad these last couple of days. Alright, wow. For the purposes of us getting in trouble, then, it's unlikely that we get in trouble. I wonder why, though. Did something happen? Why are bots so bad? Blah, 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 blah. Copper kind of makes sense to go mining for, but again, in my play style, I wouldn't go mining for copper. I would just build a robust drown farm. Yeah, I would just build as robust a drown farm as I could. Rates. Yeah, it looks like we're at the point where we clear one layer at a time now. But you do have a point going mining for deep slate, though, right? I don't think that you could build a farm for deep slate. Found an amethyst geode that's huge. Let me go count the source one. That's sick. Treasure hunt for Heart of the Sea. Isn't that for conduit? Which, yeah, okay, I could see that. But isn't that more ancient or shipwreck hunting than it is mining? Or rates. And calcite? Yo. GQIC, what up? I'm almost done clearing this platform, and I'll show you the farm after this. But I'm working on clearing the perimeter for a wolf-powered wither skeleton farm. The reason that it's wolf-powered is because the wolves are player-tamed. When they kill a wither skeleton, it counts as a player kill, which means I get experience and rare drops, the rare drop being wither skulls. So fully automatically I can get wither skulls, and then of course coal bones and stone swords, but we just trashed the stone swords. What I am most interested in is not the skulls, because like real talk, once you have like 30 skulls, that's it, right? 10 beacons, that's pretty much the top end that you're gonna use in like a single player world. 10 beacons, yeah. Maybe you go real hard and you use like 20 beacons. So that's like 20 or 60 skulls. So we already have like 300 skulls. No, 200 skulls. It was like 2 stacks and something. So that's more than we're ever gonna use. Oh, you know what I should do? I should set up some beacons around the nether. We should do that today, too. We should look at setting up the tree farm, and then some beacons. So, okay, anyway, so the thing that I'm most interested in is the experience, and I just got done talking about this, so I'm going to skim it a little bit. Hardcore worlds are inherently experience building worlds, and so I want to just see how high of a level I can get before I either die or the world is done. And two, because it's wolf powered, the experience is generated automatically. I don't have to sit there and like swipe the skeletons with a sweeping edge sword in order to get the experience, which means I can use that flow of experience to repair mending tools while they are actively being used. So if you imagine something like a basalt farm or a cobblestone farm, where you're just sitting there AFK mining against a wall, your tool is repairing itself through mending, and the experience that the skeletons are generating through your wolves. And so that's the part I'm really interested in, and why I'm going so hard in clearing this area, is because I want the best experience rates I can possibly get. Tough is a new block that's found near Y0 that's got a texture that's amazing next to other stone types. Okay. Well, there's so many. I don't think I've seen it. Will you give me a wiki link to the tough block? Because I at least want to see what the texture looks like. And does it have any interesting properties? Like, I don't know. Do mobs interact with it somehow? Is it blast resistant? Does it do stuff? Look at all these zombie boys. There's so many. Rates. Each time we clear one of these blocks that's immediately over lava, it's just further isolating our mob spawns inside of the farm, improving the overall rates, which I am very excited for. The tough doesn't do anything. Okay, it's just stone. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. So much better. Okay, let's go take a look at the farm. So what I've done here is, again, we've taken over a four-way intersection of another fortress. We've then expanded out to the bounding box of the fortress, which is 19 by 19. I've then built a new type of bait chamber that places the piglin inside of a cauldron, who is then standing on a honey block, so that way he can't jump out of that cauldron. This allows for his eye box. I don't know what that's actually called, but it's the red box. That's how mobs see each other. So it allows his eye box to be completely open, so wither skeletons that spawn on the bottom can see him just fine, and wither skeletons that spawn on the second layer can see him just fine. We've also got a different type of bait chamber, one that is only 11 blocks of space, which is really, really good, because the fewer blocks that it takes to bait wither into walking into a hole is just more spawning space for withers to spawn. And then, because I've been able to elevate him and contain him inside of a thing by using the cauldron and honey block, we were able to add a second layer. But then even this had problems, because when wither would walk off the second layer, the 4-block drop that they would then fall was enough to do 1 point of damage. So when they would then walk into the hole in the center of the farm and fall where they're supposed to live with 1 health, they would instead die because they already took 1 point of damage. So what we then did, and what's also a new kind of innovation, is I have this ring that extends around it to break or reset the full height for the wither skeletons, which allows them to spawn in the second layer, then jump down, but because of the powdered snow, they don't take any fall damage. Which means that we just get, you know, an entire second donut's worth of spawn area, a few hundred extra blocks. And so this is what the farm is like. Let's hope we get some good rates here while we're showing it off. No, of course, it's going to be difficult. It's not great, but it's not bad yet either. I mean, you can see here how, like, it is fully automatic. I don't have to do anything. It does just generate, you know, coal and skulls without me having to do anything. And then, if you imagine, so this ring here is set up, this is the bounding box. No. This is the maximum distance that experience orbs would be able to track to the player while the player was, like, AFK near the farm. So obviously it still works if I'm over here. The whole farm does. Wither are still spawning, they're still being baited, they're still dying, blah, blah, blah. But I just don't get the experience. So if I wanted the experience, I have to basically be within the circle. And then no matter where I am, the experience orbs will slowly track to me. Tough doesn't do anything. Wiki link. I want to look at this wiki link. Fundamental rock formed from volcanic ash occurring in blobs below Y16. Okay. Look at those rates, though. That was a good section. Yeah, it looks very boring. What's its blast resistance? Is that the same as stone's? I think it's got the same blast resistance and hardness as stone. It's neat texture, though, I guess. So in order to get this farm to work, it's obviously like mob cap based. The more isolated we can make our mobs. Excuse me? Oh yeah, no, they all... How did we get such a large set right there? Why is it suddenly so much better? This is insane. This is great. If we always have a wither skeleton inside there waiting to be killed, that's wonderful. Okay, see, we ran out of skeletons there for a half a second. You got 7 stacks of amethyst blocks just by mining this base to access all faces of the budding blocks? Jeez. Well, it's definitely fast enough now to run any... Like, look at this. What is... Why? looking at it working in that lower left. Yeah. I mean, I think we've talked about this before, but each block that we clear is exponentially more valuable than the last. And so I think we've hit a point where it's massively, yeah. Yes, that's a perfect way of saying it, Grog. I think we've hit that tipping point. See, there's 35 entities over in this direction somewhere. And there's like 10 in this line. Oh, yep, there they are. This is probably the 10 that we saw. How deep is this? Oh, it's not that bad. We could realistically do that in a few minutes. Yeah, let's go for it, because it immediately exposes to the top of the fortress, and we know that this is, yeah, let's do it. I am so excited. We're fine. Like, this is the exciting point of clearing perimeters whenever, you know, the first, like, few thousand blocks, because think about every time that we've had to repair a pickaxe, that's 8,000 durability. So, like, the first few... So then think about how many times we've had to repair the pickaxe if each repair is roughly 8,000 durability. Well, that means that we've definitely cleared, you know, a few 100,000 blocks already. And the first few 100,000 feels like nothing, because it's just the nature of clearing perimeters. There's so many other spots that mobs could be spawning that the first few 100,000 blocks feel like nothing. But I think we're now at that tipping point where it's exciting. Each new block, each block that we clear, boom, boom, are just massively increasing the rates of the farm. And so I'm very excited for this. Okay, I think this is where we'll try to square to. Did you move? I really don't want to fight these guys. However, is this platform big enough for mobs to be spawning? No. Let's say it's not. Ooh, buddy. Excuse me. I saw something hit me for, like, more hearts than I was comfortable with, and I was like, oh yeah, I could just hide in this corner and it won't be a problem. But then I was like, ooh, they could easily pop a totem, and then one more hit after popping a totem just kills me. So, yeah, let's not do that. Oh, what am I doing? I think that's one of the biggest mistakes that people make in, like, Minecraft, is they don't keep their saturation maxed and their health maxed. When a lot of, I watch a lot of streamers, I watch a lot of content creators, and the ones that are the most likely to, wow, look at that, we already got some clearage. The ones that are the most likely to die are definitely the ones that don't keep their saturation topped off. In my anecdotal experience. So yeah, I think we get like this spot cleared out. See maybe if we've got one or two other big problematic areas. And this one I don't know if I would qualify this as a big problematic area. It's definitely a problematic area. Bro, where are all these guys that are mad at me? I can hear them. I don't know what they are. I think then we set up beacons in the same way that we have beacons set up in the overworld. Maybe we don't go that hard with it. No, we should. Because remember that we need to clear... I want to clear the roof as well. And so, like, I bet there's some zombie piglin up in the roof, say... Oh, yeah. See, look at this. This is definitely a spot that zombie pigling could have been spawning. And so we'll need to set up our beacons in a way that gives us the beacon effects as we move through our, what do we call it, a 270 block perimeter ish. Yeah. Wow. Anybody willing to check the wiki real quick for me? What is the area of effect of a beacon? Like, how much area, what is the like distance away from a beacon that you could be? And then is that area cubic or is it spherical? I should really know the answers to all those questions just off the top of my head, but I'm not a smart man. Having a bad memory doesn't make you less smart, you know? I don't know, maybe this is an unpopular opinion, but I think it does. The fewer concepts that you're able to hold in your mind all at once, and being able to relate them to other things that aren't literally, like, directly connected, I would say is a hallmark type of intelligence. But maybe that's an unpopular opinion, I don't know. Size depends on layers. But it protects only a certain distance below the beacon, but all the way up. Right, so all I need to do is build it at lava height. I know that much. So I guess, yeah, that's a fair point. Because I shouldn't have phrased it as like spherical or cubic. I guess it would be better to say, is it a cylinder above the beacon, or is it a, like, rectangle above the beacon? You know what I mean? Because that's really what my question is trying to ask. Biggest beacon has a range of 50 blocks, square column. Perfect. So that'd be a 101 block diameter. 50 blocks one way, 50 blocks the other way, the beacon block itself. So, yeah. Read my penultimate comment. I think square column, which is downward in each size, determined by the size of the pyramid base, and then basically to build height. Okay, 101 by 101 square, 50 blocks below 2. Okay, so really the important thing is it is a, you know, a rectangle that expands upwards. That's the important part that I was looking for. Which is very convenient because it's so much easier to just place them if it's you know, a rectangle, if it's 90-degree edges, as opposed to, you know, some sort of like cylinder edge or circular edge. Ooh. Yeah, a few more layers. Is building an iron golem farm in spawn chunks worth it? Especially considering how much time a person would spend at their own base. And this question is definitely targeted towards like single player worlds, right? If I'm running all over the world, exploring with my friends and doing stuff like other members on the server, then maybe it would make sense to put a iron golem farm in spawn chunks. But if it's just you and you're spending the majority of time in your own little corner of the world, do you need one in spawn chunks? I mean, obviously, I hope I have good memory, but it's not like you're dumb for not remembering what you had for dinner last night. I know what I had for dinner last night. I had spaghetti and meatballs, and then got hangry and had a late night snack at Taco Bell. At Taco Bell, I had a chicken quesadilla and 2 Chipotle $1 menu burrito things. I don't know what they're called because it was my first time ever ordering them. They were pretty good, a little spicy for me. That's what I had. And a Baja Blast. And Candy Rabbits was very happy because she got her nacho fries. Candy Rabbits really loves her nacho fries. It's kind of a problem. How large a farm? I don't know, single cell. I mean, if it's in spawn chunks, do you really need anything more than a single cell in? Because it's just going to be active all the time. Raids. Boom. Them be some raids. You could create an iron golem farm in spawn chunks and get rid of the cat problem with some lava here and there. True, you could. Nacho fries sound amazing. Wait, do you not have Oh, you might not have nacho fries. Do you have Taco Bell's? Who's called? Grog? in Sweden, right? Sweden. Yeah. See, memory. Yeah, I'll do this the right way. You know what you're having for dinner, you're welcome. We did spawn chunk thing in my SMP for bees and iron farm because our bases are 1,200 blocks away from that, and it's been really useful. Okay. An iron golem farm immediately next to like a honeycomb farm sounds pretty convenient, using things like you would be able to use the iron that you get from the iron golem farm to bulk craft shears and then add the shears in bulk to the honeycomb farm. That would be convenient. Can I just drop you out? No, not really. Oh, what? Okay, that worked. Oh, hey, Eltrian, dude! With the 5 gifted subs, that's super generous. Out of nowhere, too. Honest to God, when I was just sitting here, I was fighting those couple of zombie piglin, and I was like, and I see just movement flicker out of the corner of my eye towards, you know, where the notifications are. And I'm like, oh, cool, we got another follow bot dump thing. And I was like, all right, I wonder when this is gonna be over. But then no, I was wrong. I was an asshole because it was just Eltrian coming in hot. Oh, you two, Grog and Uskal had which is it? Grog says you do have a Taco Bell, and Uskal says you don't. Dude, Eltrian, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I really need to get that video finished because the bee farm is also done. And like could be followed up. Whoa, what just happened? Eltrian just gifted another 10 subs. Again, the same thing happened. I'm like sitting here mining, and then all of a sudden I just see a huge amount of movement to my. Can we get some party phoenixes in chat, please? Please, chat room. You need to do this. You need to do this not just for me, but for the man, the myth, the legend, coming in hot with 15 cumulative gifted subs. I'd like to point out that you gifted a sub to Smegma Dreamcast. You guys are wonderful. Look at that. Where am I flying? Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, we're so close. Eltrian MVP. Actually, though. And Grog is wrong. You do not have a Taco Bell. Hang on. Could you Google search this? Google Maps. Maps.google.com. Taco Bell, Sweden. It's trying to find places named Sweden. No, not here. Hang on. Okay. It looks like there's some Taco Bells in Finland, but not in Sweden. How odd is it for you guys to move through like Sweden to Finland to Norway or even to like Denmark? Is it pretty normal, or is it kind of strange to cross those country borders? And that might even be like that might be an ignorant question on my part. Don't know why, but subs cost around $1 in my country each. What? That's wild. Cause like each gifted sub, infinite money hack. Each gifted sub to me as the streamer, so it's $5 for the sub, but then there's a 50-50 sub split between the streamer and Twitch, the platform. So ultimately, for each subscriber, I receive $2.50. So are you telling me that you spend $1 to give me $2.50? Did we just figure out a real life money hack? Infinite money trick. Boom, got it. Yeah, they're $5 each. Yeah, right. So if he did 15 subs, that's $75 at least, if there wasn't like a country currency difference thing. And so to me, and like, it's $75, I would just like to say it's $75. But to me, what I end up receiving is like $37, right? Because of the 50-50 split. That's just how the platform works, right? But $75 is super generous, but I heard a blaze, and it's got me spooked. Oh, it must be spawning. It must be spawning on, like, an area that's considered the fortress, but has netherrack on it. Huh. If region pricing is new, maybe you get less than $2.50 per sub? That's true. That's true. I don't know. Is that something I could even look up? Also, heads up, chat room, I just got a text from Candy Rabbits that says, heads up, bad storm rolling in. So, like, there's a chance that we have to end the stream if the lights do the flickering thing again. Welcome to Ukraine. Oh, okay, okay. Not lying, you said a payment of $13.43 to... What is that? Exola? Oh, I missed. Yeah, I missed it, but then I saved it with the Pearl. MLG. Professional. I'm curious how bad this storm's gonna be. Weather. Yeah. Good God, it's 99 degrees out. It's almost 100 degrees out, and we're, yeah, it's supposed to be getting, a pretty bad storm. Huh. Maybe I like go wash the cars or something like that, because it depends if it's thundering and lightninging. Because if it's just like water and a lot of it, it's warm enough that you can just be outside in the rain and not get cold. So we'll see, we'll see. The new region pricing is cutting your rates, but Twitch has been really bad. Oh, okay. Well, then that's fine then. I wonder if I could see that, like, in a dashboard. Channel analytics, maybe? Oh yeah, it is definitely some sort of region pricing, for sure, because I see, it should be flat, like, splits, right? A flat 50-50 split. So if it's a $5 sub, then I should see $2.50 come to me. So that means every sub being $5, $10, and $25 should either end in a whole number. So a $10 sub, $5 should come to me. A $25 sub, $12.50 should come to me, and then a $5 sub, $2.50 should come to me. Which means that there should never be a number at the end of a I don't want to. At the estimated earnings is the page that I'm on, and all of these estimated earnings end in very weird decimals. So that it definitely has to have some sort of like region pricing or something like that. Didn't know that. Okay, so infinite money trick didn't work. It's already been patched out. I would never, encourage this, but my first thought was like, this can't be right. It can't be right, because if it was right, then there's absolutely nothing stopping a person from, like, if it cost you $1, I could give you $2 and then you could do it twice. And then I give you, and then now I have $4, so then I give you the $4, and then you do it 4 times, and then 8, and then 16, and then infinite dollars. And I was like, that can't be right. Take a nature shower. Yeah. Wish it stormed here. It's just hot and humid in Texas. And I mean, it storms here in the Midwest a lot. Like, no entities in this direction. If we have sub 10 entities, I'm happy. Oh, but a lot are spawning now. 0 directly above us. It's nice. And then I tilt down and see there's 1, 2, 7. So that means that the 7 is basically right here. Can we see them? I wonder if it's like these guys. Maybe it's them. while it's not quite there yet, we've definitely hit the tipping point, right? An interesting thought or an interesting problem that I have, I wonder if it's possible for the experience rates to be too high for something like the tree farm. Because every time experience enters your tool that has mending, it resets the break animation that you are currently doing. So by having such a constant flow of experience, does it mean that each consecutive block that my tool goes to break, is reset until the tool reaches full durability? It might. I'm curious. Let's just turn around. 16 mobs in this direction. 40 in this direction, but I wonder how much of this is just the nether rack that I throw on the ground. No, and 40. And 44. In this direction. 8. 7. But that just might be because there's freaking a billion in that direction. 15. 10, 13, okay. I'd say that this is definitely enough in order to set up farms that are fed by this now. And I think that it's clearly... it's reached the point where it is infinite now. Clearing more area will definitely improve the rates, but I think that we can, pretty clearly say... that wherever the mobs are spawning is far enough from the player that they are despawning quickly enough to then keep this thing running. IDK, if this happens to you, but my hardcore last night I ran into a bug where I take hunger just standing still, relog in, fixed it, but something to be cautious about with AFK farms without a beacon. I'm not going to go AFK without a beacon. For sure. But I need to take a moment. I need a quick bathroom break, chat room. Okay, I'm back. I'm sitting back down now. The farm is never finished. It's all a trick. True. Catching up a chat. The farm is done. The perimeter isn't. Yeah, I would say that that's an accurate statement. The farm is done. The perimeter isn't. He's omitting to build the Guardian farm. I mean, that's on the to-do list. But I don't know if we need to urgently do it, right? Yeah, that's pretty good. Seems pretty good. Wonder how much damage Nims has taken over the course of the world. I think that's a stat. Damage taken. 61.1 thousand. I mean, not quite at the rates as I would like it to be yet, but still pretty good. Again, for context now, here's what the creative world does. This one's much more constant, and of course, right as I say constant, we hit a lull. This one's much more constant, with a steady flow of wither skeletons and bones. Is there a statistic for damage taken via falling? Because I have a feeling that the majority of the damage that I've taken has been while using an elytra. Nah, it's just damage taken, and then damage absorbed, resisted, taken. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so beacon. Well, no, not beacons. We need to get the basement set up. Because right now it's just on some freaking netherrack, and then it's just above lava, which isn't really the safest way of doing this. So we need a proper basement, which is probably just more obsidian and glass. Yeah, it's probably just more obsidian and glass. Okay, so let's go get that. Have no fear, Flame Wheel is here. Yo, what up, Flame Wheel? Have you not potted any plants? Am I an aesthetic builder? Does this look like I'm an aesthetic builder? I say as I walk along an aesthetic bridge, but looking at something that is not aesthetic at all. Obsidian. And then a bunch of glass. Maybe I have 5 stacks of glass in the overworld, maybe I don't. I guess we'll find out. Before I go here, is there anything that I need to bring to the overworld? Just check for more ancient debris. Maybe these diamonds, I guess, can come with. Okay. About what I expected. Don't look at the nether castle. Yeah, the nether castle isn't no aesthetics. Oh, ancient debris goes in redstone. Glass. 1, 2, 3, 4. I wasn't able to match the amount of glass that we currently have. What do? I sleep. I sleep. I wake up. I buy glass. Oh, butterfly, you have to go to work again. See you later. Have a good rest of the stream. Thanks again. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, shout out L-Treated. Okay. Paper. Nine stacks works perfectly. Do. Gross, we don't want that. Ooh, I hear thunder rolling in from the distance. Spooky. Oh, that's all the paper I had. Oh, and that's all the emeralds that paper afforded. All right, we done. How long can an ender pearl stay in a stasis chamber? Until the stasis chamber is patched out of existence, I think. Yeah, my inventory's fine. Where do you think this ghast just spawned? Hello? Everything is slabbed here. How did a ghast spawn? Oh, maybe like down there? Yeah, that's probably it. Unlike one of these platforms. I bet this is where he spawned. This makes sense. There, here. Something. We should slab those. What is a stasis chamber? You throw an ender pearl and put the ender pearl at the top of some sort of thing that just holds it in the air. So it doesn't land, it doesn't come in contact with anything. And then what you do, so now you have just an ender pearl that you have thrown that will never land. But then what you do is you put like something, I'm going to simplify it a lot. Imagine a piston then extends and bumps your ender pearl and thus makes contact with it, teleporting you. So imagine now if I went out 10,000 blocks or something like that, and I had a ender pearl, and then I put an ender pearl in stasis 10,000 blocks away, and then I somehow sent a signal to that ender pearl I then, boom, just instantly teleport 10,000 blocks. It's pretty convenient. I'm thinking, do we want this to be... Okay, I know what I want to do. Ooh, more thunder. Relogging deletes the pearl? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, does that then answer the question? How long can it stay in stasis until you relog? I haven't used one, so I don't know. Prefer the trident and pearl trick? What is the trident pearl trick? Bro, what are those rates? Do you hear that? Oh, I should probably fill in the area behind us as we do this, too. Because as I move forward, I definitely know that mobs in the opposite end of this, like, platform we're building will be able to spawn. So imagine I finally get over to that corner, and a ghast spawns over in this corner. That would just be awful. I mean, when we are this low, the sphere where mobs can spawn around the player is even lower in the world, and we know that there are very few caves or spawnable places this low. There's probably hella experience up there. I'm trying to think about this at the same time. How are we going to handle beacons? I'd really like a beacon to be perfectly centered in this space, but then I feel like I have to do so much worrying about keeping the area above the beacon perfectly clear. Like, if I were to try to run a beacon through the hole above where Wither are spawning, like, doesn't that just get really weird? So, like, what? Wither are falling, I think it's above this holler. Yeah. So I'd have to put a beacon right here to go through this, through this, through this, through a iron trap door. Can beacons even go through iron trap doors? Bro, listen to the ding-a-ling. The ding-a-ling is real. It's still going. Look at that. It's still going. The ding-a-ling is insane. I kind of like this spot to AFK, though. I feel very safe. If there was a way to bottle loose experience, that would be perfect. That would be pretty cool. I don't think that exists, though. Hey, we finally got it all. Oh, that's it. That's all of our... Okay. I need, like, another 5 stacks. Awkward. You don't think the rates are good enough? Yeah, I don't think they are either, actually. What are we gonna do about it, eyebrows? No! That was 1/40th of a single emerald that we just lost. And now I'm gonna be 1 glass short. Yeah, there it is. Here, we'll put a torch there. Can we say that the farm is finished then? Yeah. Yes, I would say that this farm is done. Like most things in the world, it's like 95% done, but 95% done is still very, very, very good. Yeah. For all intents and purposes, the farm is done. Now, what we will be doing is we will be then improving a finished farm. But yes, I would agree that it is done. I think I had some more obsidian and glass in here. In here? Okay, I'm just the degenerate and I lied to everyone, including myself. We fly away and come back. Wouldn't the beacon in the center highlight the area? It would reduce the rates. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we're gonna go for 7 stacks this time. Why is it always nighttime when I enter the overworld? Hey, we broke 7,000 followers today on Twitch. That's pretty hype. But like, it took like 100 bot accounts to do it. That bridge is a cool design. Thanks. A bunch of bots, true. I'll show you the castle, Hazak, whenever I go back into the Nether. I'm not, as you can tell, I am not very much of an aesthetic builder. I'm more of like a rates type of person. That being said, I'm working on it. I'm trying to develop my aesthetic ability, and so this is a project that is pretty much pure aesthetic that I'm working on. This is a pillar that will go inside of a grand structure that we plan on putting over here to then dedicate to people that have supported the channel. So you can see here the netherrack border is going to be kind of the rough size of like the front of it. So if this is like our face scale, imagine 2 to maybe 3 times the length of this extending down into the distance. And then imagine the inside of this building being populated by these pillars. And then in each of the little cubbies in the pillar, we'll put mob heads. So we'll have to build a mob head farm, which means that we need a church creeper farm, which is just going to be ungodly dangerous. So in each one of these little nooks and crannies, we're going to put mob heads to then represent a player head who has supported us. Oh, you need to reset, you degenerates. Oh, you hit glass. I need more. Aesthetic is functionality. Yeah, that's what it is. It's very like kind of brutalistic architecture, I think is what it's called. So yeah, ignore that pillar. That's just a test pillar. We're gonna tear that down whenever we start to build this. But like, yeah, this is the world. What up, pig? Bro, bro, he's actually pushing me. But yeah, that's it. Please be safe with the charge, boys. Still a little sore to me. R.I.P. I'm also running into problems with this world in that I have so many things running. I have so many different farms active at all times that the world lag is very dangerous. It is dangerously close to becoming unplayable. It's not there yet, for sure. But it is definitely something that I need to be aware of as we continue to progress in this world. Oh, do I just murder you? You didn't get glass. By the way, this is me cheating, for the record. If you're wondering how I'm going through these trades so quickly, I have a macro. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's enough glass. So normally whenever you trade with a villager, you can, and it's a speedrunner technique. Does he have anything that I could buy? Oh, it's selling. That's what I need to do. Oh, hey, there's Flame Wheel. And Wrassle, what up? You can click, shift, click, click, shift, or no, it's click spacebar. That's what it is. It's click spacebar spam. Click spacebar, click spacebar, click spacebar, and it re-ups the items in the villager trade window. And so what I did is I built a macro that spams click spacebar like 1 billion times a second, like legit, like 12 times a second if I remember right. And so it does it very, very quickly. Okay, anyway, here's another aesthetic style that I have been working on. Where's this gas? Hello? Okay, I don't care. Yeah. So if this is the nether bridge, and this is the... Oh. Whoever's doing the follower spam just is in chat right now, because they just did it again. It happened literally right this second. So yeah, this is another type of aesthetic that I've been working on. And I could make the portcullis work too. It would make this area look a little bit different because there needs to be gravity blocks here. But this portcullis could be 100% functional if I wanted it to be. I don't think I do though, because I don't want to have to wait for the portcullis to open and close every time I move through my nether hub. I didn't think it was you, Bald Baby. It's okay. But I do think it's funny that it was triggered right as you were talking about it. Oh, I'm looking at it. It just happened again. Oh, hey, hang on. I want to do something. This should only take a moment. Is that enough? 1, 2. Babby, baby. I wanted to start slabbing this so that way I could track that this is an area that needed to be filled. Ooh. Yeah. And so that way future me will see that this was only partially slabbed, and then future me will be annoyed that I only partially slabbed it, and then future me will come over here and finish the job and do it right. Yeah, there you go. It's not something I actually want to work on right now, but I do want to get it started so that way I am aware of it. It is a project in the back of my mind, and that if I see it, I immediately know what I need to do with it. Oh God. Chat room, you know how I told you that we just broke 7,000 followers, and therefore, like, just a couple of minutes ago, we were at 7,000 followers, and that was because of the bot spam. So now that I have context of where we're at 7,200 follows, which means that whatever this bot is just did another 200 follows. That's annoying. Please be no mobs down here. Please be no mobs down here. Oh, it just triggered again. I wonder how many followers in this batch. This is annoying. I don't like this. I should probably stop talking about it, because if whoever is doing this is in chat, then they're just hearing me basically talk about them being degenerates. Are all the accounts similarly named? Yeah, they're all basically... Wait, yes, they are. I could show you, I think. Does anything that is on this screen matter? I'm making sure that before I show you my stream key or anything like that isn't in here, and it's not, so I will show you. Double check. Yep. So this is what it looks like for me as a streamer. So I can see my chat right here. I can see, I watch my own stream through this viewer to make sure that I'm not, and look at that, it just happened again. I watch my own stream through this to make sure that I'm not, doing something wrong, or, I'm on the wrong screen in OBS or whatever. And then this is where I could run an ad, I could set up a clip, I could do whatever I wanted, blah, blah, blah. Those buttons are pretty self-explanatory. And then this is where I track my follows. I use something else to track, subs and whatnot, so that way I don't miss them. And so if you look at these names, Unscriptural Preparation 4, Marshy Harpsichord 2, Branniest Conception 0, all of them are just 2 words with a single digit at the end. Every single one of them. And this just scrolls. And you can see right here, 7,337 follows. We broke 7,000 earlier today. Which means that out of all of this bot, see, 2 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago, there have been hundreds of them. And see, they're all the same still. Ill-Fated Bowl 8, Soured Prior 2, Ooziest Dioxide 6. What are these names? And it just scrolls, right? I'm now to the bottom, and this is only 4 minutes ago. So yeah, it's definitely a singular entity doing it. Granniest Conception 0. It literally just happened again. Another wave of bots just followed. Kinda sus, really sus. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, another 100 just came through, maybe more. Sorry, I was literally at just 7,337 follows, and now I'm at 7,426. So literally, another 90 some odd followers came through. 99. Is that how math works? That kind of bums me out, because, that means our follower count is now inflated. But you know what doesn't bum me out? Not this hole. This hole bums me out too. Is the Wither Skeleton farm. It sounds like it's doing really good. Yeah, dumb. Hopefully Twitch tracks down on them without negatively affecting me. Yeah, that would be... I'm a little worried at this point, because that's a lot. It's in my mind, it's one thing to just be like, oh, okay, one small little bot targeted you. But now it's kind of at the point where it doesn't feel like a small little thing. This is a lot. I am almost at the point where I could get rid of all the netherrack, save these 2 blocks. Why can't you see the name of who's watching and kick them or something? I don't know who's controlling this bot, do you? If I knew who's controlling the bot, you can't even kick channels from your stream. That doesn't work. You can only ban a user, but then they can still watch your stream. They just can't talk in chat. So even if I knew exactly the name and exactly who it was, I really couldn't do anything to stop them. Oh, maybe I should do it at 3. There you go. That's the angle. Boom. So I just gotta fix that spot. Sometimes it seems like they have problems with automated account creation too, because this shouldn't be possible. Yeah, it shouldn't be. This time it looks like it was only another 50 followers. Only 50? Anyway, I want to move on because I think that the person that's running it is in chat, because once we started talking about it, it happened more. So anyway, how about that skeleton experience farm? It's pretty good, right? What did you have for dinner last night, chat room? Why did your last relationship end, and what did that teach you about yourself? Let's unpack that together for multiple hours. Bats don't spawn in the nether, do they? X cheated on me because I gamed too much. I mean, this is the same. I was listening to the stream and hunting for nautilus shells, caught 4 axolotls along the way. Nice. It's very dark in here now, which is... I saw this coming, which is why I asked about the bats. I don't think they can. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Flamewheel. I don't think I've ever seen a bat in the nether either, but still. I was with this girl for a week and said we were moving too fast. Oh, okay. Did you tell her you loved her on the second date? Because that's moving too fast. They've gone through portals. Okay, okay. Nothing in Minecraft angers me. It's more than quasi-connectivity in bats. Is that true? Is that the angriest I get at Minecraft? Is quasi and bats? I don't know. She just wasn't ready for a relationship. We'd known each other for like 3 months. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, at least you got the consent at the beginning of the relationship, and not like after you're 6 months in, and then she breaks up with you or cheats on you because she wasn't ready for a relationship. That's probably the healthiest way to end a relationship, to be honest. Bald. It sucks. That doesn't make it suck any less, for the record. But it probably is the healthiest. I know what you get the angriest at. I'm not ever gonna say it. Is it the I word? Is it YouTubers that lie and deceive their audience in order to get views? Dude, this is so good now. Why? How did this get so good? Remember that experience despawns after a minute. So this huge cluster of experience that we've got could only be, at most, 1 minute old. Hey, we finally got it all. Okay. So now we can come down. Oh, I need to get more scaffolding. Do I not have any more scaffolding? I hate myself. No, this is what I want. I want this. And I want this, and I want that. Okay. Because I know that we're going to badoop this. And then we gotta go back up said hole. Hey, I guessed perfect. And then we put a button back on down. Perfect. You didn't know it was only a minute? I am 99% sure that I remembered that correctly. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. It might be more or less than a minute, but let's double check so that way I'm not a liar pants on fire. Experience orb Minecraft. Experience orbs are blah blah blah. They do a thing. Can be gained from doing a bunch of stuff. Repairs mending. How long do they last? Experience orbs fade between green and yellow and float or glide between or towards the players up to a distance of 7.25 blocks, which is why we have this circle, is because the experience orbs can generate here. I think they could even generate here, and then it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Anyway, when collected, they make a noise. No matter how many orbs they are added to the experience. Players experience 1 at a time, up to 10 orbs a second. In extreme cases, this will result in the player being followed by a swarm of orbs for many seconds if an experience orb isn't collected within... Oh, it's 5 minutes, I lied to you. 5 minutes. We got there. Okay, I lied to you. I'm a terrible human being. I'm absolute garbage. I'm not worth the air, the oxygen I breathe, nor the calories I eat. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. So it's 5 minutes of experience, not 1 minute. Okay, this is a basement. It even kind of feels like a basement, let's be honest. Like, it's dark, it feels kind of dingy with the brown walls. There's just a singular light source in the very center. And just like an awkward ladder to get out of it. This definitely feels like a basement. It's a serial killer basement. No, there needs to be an awkward splatter of like red paint somewhere for it to be a serial killer basement. Like one that's like, it's clearly red paint, but like it still makes you wonder why there's a bunch of red paint splattered all over the basement floor, you know? Hey. That's pretty good. Do you remember whenever videos that had like swarms of experience used to be the clickbaitiest thing? So a question. We're currently trashing bones, as you can see. Do we start storing bones in the same way that we store coal and skulls? It'd need a little bit of redstone rework, but it wouldn't take that much to make it happen. Real talk. Nims, once one of the greatest Minecrafters of our generation can't even get experience orbs to do slot timer right. What are you gonna do? Tell me Nims doesn't do aesthetics. Come on. Do we need those bones for trees? The alternative is... So, okay, for context for chat, we want to build the tree farm, specifically the nether trees. So, what is it? Warped and crimson trees, right here. And so whenever the player steps into the farm, imagine I am now the player. Standing right here, I've got my axe, and I'm like cutting down trees while I'm AFK. And then, because my axe has mending on it, it's being repaired as I stand here by the experience that are generated from our wolf-powered wither skeleton grinder. So that way I can AFK at this farm forever and ever. Tree farms need a supply of bone meal. I have 2 ways of getting bone meal. I could either take the bones that we are getting from the wither farm right here as it sits, and every now and then pull a whole bunch of them out, convert them into bone meal, and then add them to a thing. But that then requires me to, like, do stuff, and I'm lazy, chat room. The other option is to build a, like, pumpkin or melon farm. It would probably be a pumpkin melon combo farm. Build a pumpkin melon combo farm and run that into a composter array to then generate the bone meal that we need. One of these is pretty simple. It's literally just adding a filter and scooting everything over by a block. One of them is building a whole nother melon pumpkin farm. But we trade simplicity for work later, and we trade complexity for simplicity later. Can't hydrate here, though. I think you'd still run them without it, right? Well, the lag isn't a problem, because it's in the nether, and this is like one of the only 2 or 3 things that we're gonna build here. The overworld is where all the lag producing stuff exists, and that's where I have to be careful. If you make a fungus farm that collects everything, it could be self-sustaining with bone meal, maybe even generating it. That might be a worthwhile farm goal. I tried making one of those a long time ago, and I couldn't get it to be self-sustaining. This is a proof of concept, so, like, don't look at it too hard. Hang on, let me put some of this. This is what we'd be building, for the record. Yeah, we'll just put that in there. NBD. This is what we would be building. This is another tree farm. They are actually this tall. And the important part is I mean, you can mine 5 blocks at a time, so that's what we would do. So, anyway. My offhand. So, like, I need to farm. So the problem with another tree farm, like the one I've built here, is it doesn't provide its own fungus. So in order to farm a nether tree like this, I need to build a fungus farm. And so that's what this is. This is an actual, like, it was supposed to be a fungus farm. Why are you stopped? What's this? This torch is powering everything. Oh, I see it. So this is what's supposed to be happening. So the floor shifts back and forth and then generates a buttload of items. And then every now and then on this hopper timer, and see it's broken again. Every now and then on this hopper timer, it stops doing that and then it dispenses water, waits a beat, dispenses then collects the water, which I guess, shit, that wouldn't work because you can't dispense water in the nether. What do you do? How do you build this? Psycraft guys pulled it off early on, but holy hell, that farm is a monstrous beast. Probably 10x as complicated as yours. Probably not worth it. Yeah, this clearly I have an issue because the floor is jamming. But like, I think I could just fix that by going like, by doing this, which is just horrible. But like, conceptually, I believe that this works. Just to make sure that you are constantly powering it. And so then what I did is I ran it through a little hopper array sort of thing here. So first you had a filter that would grab the fungus, and then I was sending this fungus down a line because I was originally running it into this one. But yeah, you can see how you get a clean fungus, warped fungus out, and then everything else that wasn't warped fungus was being picked up by this hopper, but you can see that this is already overflowing. Like, I need more throughput. So let's like break it again. So I need more throughput. That's something I'd have to figure out. Flying machine sweeper? I mean, yeah, you could, but like, good God. So yeah, you can see all those items right there. Those are going to be despawning in the very near future. But what's now happening to them is they're now going into a little circle here and bottlenecked on the throughput of this one hopper. And so then this hopper is now full, and yeah, I'd have to do something similar to the I'd have to do something similar to what we did with the zombie piglin farm in increasing the speed of this, because it's generating more items than one hopper can handle. And so even though we have 4 composters, we only hit 4 composters whenever this hopper is completely full. So it takes a while before it hits this third composter, let alone the 4th. But then it does take the bone meal and it runs it over into this, which, you know, is then part of the bone meal chain that then runs the farm itself. So like, it might be infinitely stackable, or it might be self-sustainable, because again, you could just launch a flying machine every now and then to collect the items. That is very possible and reasonable to do. However, instead of using water. I don't know, like, I would only be interested in building this if it like provides enough bone meal for itself. By fungus farm, I meant fungus trees. They process all the netherwort leaf blocks, and that's what becomes the bone meal. I mean, yeah, you could do that. God. I'm thinking. Doesn't bamboo require water? So what I'm hearing here is that the problem of bone meal is going to be way harder to solve than just simply bringing in some melons. Okay, so bamboo. So we could build large bamboo farms. We could build large bamboo farms and run those into composter arrays in order to get all the bone meal that we would need for a farm like this. Because again, here's the concept with it. I just step inside. Nope, you're not supposed to be offhanded. I just blah, 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 blah. I need one open spot. And so then I would offhand this and then put that there. So then we go into survival mode. So you would just step into the farm, and this is it. So then I stand as far forward as I can. I aim at like the top pixel of the first block. Then I hold right click, I hold left click, and that's it. Farm is now running. You don't think you could compost bamboo? Oh, that would be a problem. And so yeah, that's what I was the point that I was building towards, Yolk, is the easiest solution is to just filter bones and then turn those. We still have a problem of where are we getting all of these the mushrooms, the warped mushrooms and the crimson mushrooms. I don't know. We have to build a farm for those. But yeah, very easy to use. But the problem is it's not self-sustaining like the tree farm is in the the standard tree farm, because you can't crush these warped blocks the same way. They push. So the only way to process them is to wither blast them, TNT dupe them. So conceptually, I could build something like a, we could put effectively a wither boss right here and a second wither boss right here to then blast an iron golem that is over here and over here. And then, because they are now trying to blast this iron golem, they could destroy this tree, and we could collect those and use that to bone meal ourselves. However, I'm in a hardcore world, and I am not willing to build wither containment chambers. Hey Garrett, thanks for this 47 months! Subba-dubba-dub! Thank you very much. Cannot confirm, or confirmed cannot compost bamboo. Oh, well, that's just sad then. Weeping Vine Farm is the answer? I don't have Weeping Vines yet, but build a gas farm to blow them up? Do ghasts even destroy this? I don't know. It's a very simple farm if your purpose is getting the stem blocks, basically the wood. But if your goal is to get the warped wart or the what are these called? The glow shrooms. That's not what it's for. It's basically just wood. And so I've got to figure out some way to make, again, we could just filter the bone meal for a temporary thing. Weeping Vine. Can these be composted? Yes, the answer to that is yes. So we could build a Weeping Vine farm that, interestingly, we could have just weeping vines, and then we could have a very basic rudimentary, basically flipping a bamboo farm upside down is all we would need to do. So we have a weeping vine farm, and then take the overflow from the weeping vine farm and run it into that way we could at least have the weeping vines ourselves, and then we run that into a composter array and send that composted weeping vines into our tree farm, and that could handle our bone meal needs. Interestingly, I need I think it's 2 or 3 bone meal per tree. And you know, we could piggyback off of, you know, like a huge stockpile of it, so we don't have to produce 2 bone meal per second from a weeping vine farm. But we need it to be robust enough that it would fill itself up at some reasonable rate. So we will probably need a quite robust weeping vine farm. Is there a way to automate bones to bone meal? No, not in vanilla. But then, even if we solve that, even if we solve a problem of bone meal, which we have multiple solutions, how do I get enough fungus to run the thing for any reasonable amount of time? I need to make a fungus farm. And that's what this is really supposed to be. It's supposed to give you, ideally, it was supposed to give you crimson fungus and warped fungus, and then, you know, filter them independently of each other. So, interestingly, I think I built the bottom wrong. And you wouldn't even be able to build this in the Nether anyway, because you don't have water to move the items around. So you'd be hard limited by the hopper 2.5 items per second limit. Could you even do this with a 2.5 items per second limit? I mean, I guess you just have to make the farm slower, right? As it stands right now, you know, what I was doing just a moment ago, put these in order to just make the damn thing work. There's way more than 2.5 items per second. Way more than 2.5 per second. That's an absurd amount of items per second. You could use flying machines in the Nether? I mean, that's true. But would you use flying machines to move items around? I don't think so. Even after the first wave, it was backed up. Like, look at this. This is completely full. And now look at it. This is just absurd. I know what you'd have to do. I got it. Oh god, that still assumes that you're using water, which we can't do in the Nether. We could definitely use a flying machine to harvest it. Can't you use hopper minecarts instead of regular hoppers? Don't you then run into a problem where you can't ever collect the block that's on the center? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it should be 6 by 5. Yeah. Okay. Hang on. Let's look at this real quick. Shoot. So it should be 6 by 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it can't be dirt. It's got to be. Oh no, it can be dirt. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. And then we got to find the 2 center blocks, and then warped. It's the nylium. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. And then it's a dispenser directly under it. So So it'd be this, but set block there, dispenser facing up. Got it? And then this is just a bunch of droppers that would feed into the bottom of that dispenser, right? So this is what you would then need to spam in order to, you can see that we do it with just one line of redstone in. So this is what you would need to spam in order to bone meal the farm. So it's this, which we can brute force this just by saying that you do lab. Now it's being spammed. So if we put a bunch of bone meal in the bottom, we should see it hit the top. Oh, yeah, there has to be a no block there in order to, because it's being quasi-powered. Yeah, there you go. Cactus is the real bone meal solution? Is it? So then if you imagine, so the pistons that we'd place here would be close. So, and then these pistons would be a block off. And so now if you imagine that we had hopper minecarts that were like swirling underneath this thing to gather all the items, which it does admittedly look like we could do. So like, so you have hopper minecarts, just a fleet of hopper minecarts. You wouldn't be able to hit that spot. There's just a line up the center that you wouldn't be able to hit. Right? Oh, this one wouldn't exist either because it would you would never bone meal this far. Because bone meal only hits, look, it only hits 5 blocks over. So this would be glass or something else that we could keep this properly contained. And then this would also be glass. Again, it doesn't have to literally be glass, but it does have to be something that could keep the blocks from flying out as the floor shifts back and forth. I guess the question is this. When you bone meal nylium like this, can it spread onto soul soil or soul sand? Here, let's do it like this. Fill from there to here. Soul sand replace dirt. Okay. Oh, well, that answered that question. Notice how every time I break it, we can see the things attempting to grow. Are there any other, like, 15/16 blocks? Trying to build a fully nether-based tree farm setup. Bone meal to wood. I mean, I have this, which is a really nice, like, AFK tree farm, and we're at the point where we can use this. I'll show you the hardcore world real quick. So a tree farm like that wants an automatic flow of experience to keep your axe repaired while you're AFK, and then I also just want to get an absurd number of levels. So you can see that we could use the wither skeletons that are being killed by the wolves in order to repair my axe in order to use the farm. And conceptually, I could even just use the bones from the wither skeletons in order to convert them into bone meal to then run the farm itself. Or we could do something like using a creeping vine farm or something like that to provide us with enough bones. Either way, all of that would be fine. So that is to say that I am perfectly comfortable not worrying about bones or bone meal. So the only thing that a farm like this actually needs is, where am I getting all my fungus from? And I know it's possible, but like, I've never built one. So, oh, I don't have my command anymore. Fill from there to here, dirt, replace soul sand. Yeah. And then as soon as I destroy this, blam, it explodes everywhere. And then I wonder, could you do something that is just very, very brute forcey, rudimentary, and say something like, and then like, is this on the opposite sequence? That's really all I care about. They're not opposite. I think I see what I can do. Oh. I just did the same thing, but in reverse. I'm kind of dumb. That's the opposite. Why doesn't that trigger? Oh, it's because pistons take a moment to retract. Update spam. Just to make it work. I mean, conceptually that works, right? Admittedly, that's way simpler than what I was doing over there. Again, this is past 1. I'm not worried about it. Okay, so what you then do is like... And see, look at that. That's all collected. And then the same sort of thing. This is all collected, but isn't there just a strip up the middle that's just never collected? And you can't just put like, oh, put a hopper under it, right? Because that just doesn't work, does it? No, it definitely doesn't. Is that a bone? Because at this point, what you could then do is you could say like, you could take all of this, and I don't know if this is the amount, if this would be, if it wouldn't be able to handle it because of like blocks per, well, these would be in the way. But conceptually, you understand. Oh, now this is in the way. Oh, we can just put them here. Problem solved. So then how do you handle the middle section just not being collected? I hate you and everything you stand for. Do you even need a line? You still produce enough, so why not replace the middle line with soul sand? Oh, I see what your point is. So if I were to then go... I wouldn't even make it soul sand, because then that runs into other problem of its own. I'm thinking about, like, is it possible to dislodge that? I built my own nether tree farm, but I just downloaded a schematic for a fungus farm. I mean, yeah, that's effectively what where I'm at. So, I guess my question ultimately is this. How much... Why is this taking so long? Where are... Oh, it's probably because... Yeah, look at that. That's it. I wonder if the amount of items that's generated out of this is still too fast for the hoppers rolling over the... the hopper minecarts rolling over the hoppers for just a brief moment. It might be too fast for even that. Still, let's empty it. Oh yeah, it's way too fast for what we're doing. You'd have to have the entire floor beneath these hoppers beneath the minecarts be hoppers. And so then my question becomes, I put in a whole stack of bone meal. Do I get a bone meal back out, or yeah, do I get bone meal back if I run this through a composter? And is there anything I could do to recover these items? You're going to be generating fungus faster than you could use it, so slowing down might not be a bad idea. I mean, that's fair. And I could definitely do things, so instead of just putting walls here, what I might be able to do is I could have pistons facing down with blocks on them, and like basically add a third cycle to this. So you have the left cycle, the right cycle, and then what if we had a down squish cycle that would then, because the blocks are now entering this space, would push these items that are up the center to the left and to the right. You know what I mean? And thus allowing us to recover them. Flying machine seems easier than this. I wouldn't say that's true yet. Because right now, this sort of design inherently, like, I don't have to do it this way. Conceptually, I could flip these two hoppers, and then I could have a filter, like, I could run basically a dual array for everything. So I could have warped fungus, crimson fungus, and then a composter generator out of this side, and then mirror it so I have a warped fungus, a crimson fungus, and then a compost generator on this side. So this inherently has a dual array built into it. Remember that we used a... Okay. Is that it? I'm checking. Okay. We got not even a full... Not even half of it back. So now let's grab these items and pretend like they were collected. But that's it. I mean, we got exactly half. And that's not remembering, like, that's ignoring the fact that we would be using the fungus to run our tree farms. So yeah, this is basically impossible. Basically, oh wait, what am I doing? Why do I need to have like a row of pistons? This is only 5 blocks across, which means that we can do this. And so then you just add, you know, a squish to it at some point, and then it should work. Among You, what's up? Could push down glass to pull the items, then push another block from the side to dislodge them. Wouldn't this just be easier? Just like... exist. And then I guess you would like monostable this. Oh, you couldn't monostable it for that reason. Could you brute force? Can I brute force this a different way? Yeah, that looks maybe like it worked. Oh yeah, that's working 100%. Yeah, step 1, make it work. Step 2, make it pretty. I believe that 1,000,000%. So like, this works. This is a perfect bone meal use, because bone meal is hitting a 5x5 area every time, so it's perfect bone, like, it respects the bone meal. Yeah, and then what you could do is say, since we know that every every single item will go through here. You could set up one filter that goes here for, you know, one of your funguses, and then a second filter that goes here for the other fungus. And see, then you would have like your standard filter set up like this, right? So just pretend that that's a filter, and then you would do the same thing on this side, and then at the end of your filter, you go down into a composter. And so then this is a... And I don't know, does this have the throughput to catch all of your items? I don't know, it might not. And so, actually, interestingly, you could go, dining chests. I'm like, that could be the thing. Or what you could do is you could run the bone meal output of this back into the dropper. And then just mirror this onto the other side. And then these hoppers would need to go the other way. And see, but the same thing is going to happen for sure, is we're definitely going to be bottlenecked. Oh, hey, as a concept, this should produce more bone meal because we didn't have those 4 blocks in the center blocked off. So this should be some percentage more efficient. Interestingly. Noisy as hell, though. That's a standard item filter. Knowing that this pulled 32 last time, I pulled the 32 out. And then we would want fungus. So then we filter fungus, and then, you know, some stone. Let's see, now that's a filter. Now that's a filter. And then anything that isn't those 2 items. 41, as opposed to the 32 we got last time. Now anything that isn't those 2 items would get converted to bone meal. And again, I just don't know if this thing has like throughputs to handle this. Not what I meant to do. That's 4 in a row. Yeah. And obviously, conceptually, you could wire all of these things together and make it one big thing. You can put another line of hoppers below to double the speed. I mean, yeah, I could do... What direction is this? Facing east? What I could do is I could go fill from there to here. Hopper facing east. And that would work. That dramatically improves the speed of it. Okay, so I need to set up our hoppers. I should have done it this way in the first place. So that way it filters down, and that way I can actually see how many things that we've produced. Oh, I didn't finish setting this up. I'm just an idiot. Try that again. Yeah, that looks much better. $22. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Yep. Okay. So then we could put in 1 stack of bone meal and see what we get on the other side. Now that we are properly filtering out the fungus that we would be interested in using in one of our nether tree farms. Probably need more than 1 composter per side. Maybe. It seems like we're keeping up with it. Ooh, that's an issue. How does that happen? Probably the floor shifts, right? Yeah, let's pretend it didn't. Because I think I can fix that. We're flying. And it doesn't look like it's getting bottlenecked. Maybe it is slowing down a little bit. Yeah, same on this side, maybe. So do you make your own designs whenever possible? Yeah. And so out of a single stack of bone meal, we got 16 plus 17, so 33 crimson fungus, and we can just grab these. 33 crimson fungus, so we should expect about the same from the warped fungus. 26. I'm sure that that's within margin of error. And out of the 64 bone meal that we used, now that everything is done and dusted, we got 37 back. And then we should be able to... yeah. Lever it, and that works. Etho fan? Yeah, I'm a big fan of Etho. His shulker farm is hilarious. I haven't seen it yet. I mean, so right off the bat, there's some things here that are just really, like, really cringy. This is pretty bad. But again, I think that you could fix this by just doing something that's like... observing some of this output somewhere And that could really cut down on like the overall size and dimensions of this. Similar in the way that we observe this to then do a thing. And you could use that to create effectively just a monostable where it pulses on opposite intervals from each other. Oh, I shouldn't have destroyed that. That was fine. And so that it'd be something like 2 ticks, probably. You observe something happen here, right? And then you just mirror this and do the same thing on this side. There, 2 ticks, observe that, right? And then what? Does this just work as is? Let's see. I definitely want to slow this whole thing down by a lot. So let's do that real quick. Okay. That's a little bit more tolerable. Ooh, what's interesting is now that we can see it slower, this is operating poorly. It's only clearing out the center every other time. So like if we watch this, oh, it doesn't matter. That's fine, because the floor shifts. That's fine. Okay. NBD, NBD. And then we should be able to just do something that's like this in order to quit losing the stuff through the front and the back. Conceptually, you could even swing this so that way this clock was on the other side, so that way the footprint is smaller. It's the same sort of thing. Are all of my hoppers empty? Okay. I think that's it. Okay, so we got 13 plus 18 is 31. That's very comparable to last time. It's 36. And then 16 plus 21. Yeah, I would say that's basically the same result as last time. Made it a little bit nicer this time. So does this work? Is this justifiable as a farm? And again, you could do something that's like to even shut off the dispenser, because I use a resource pack to make my dispensers quieter. Okay, so let's then go do Observers aren't solid blocks, so that changes nothing. Boom, we're a block smaller. This then shuts off everything. Okay. And then hypothetically, if we also wanted it, because I'm using a dispenser, or excuse me, I'm using a resource pack that keeps my dispensers quiet. But what I could do is, no, yes. So if this is extended, then, okay, let's shut this off. Oh, it's gonna be powered by this. I see, I see. I'm thinking. Oh, that was one block too short. No, I was right. Boom. So even the dispenser's shut off now. So quiet. Peace. And then if we toggle this one lever, the whole thing would just kick back on again. I'm gonna brute force an output real quick. So what's gonna happen now is all of the bone meal that we generate is going to be cycled back into the farm. So we should see a bone meal now that it's empty. Yep, there. So that is bone meal that was just freshly generated. And so now what I'm interested in is how long until it actually breaks. So this should then run for a very long time. I'll see you later, Grog. Catching up a chat. Know the minecarts make noise as well. Could you hook up a lever to stop them? Ooh, I could. Do target blocks push a minecart? Yeah, okay. So that makes it pretty easy. So what you could do is you could replace this back set, fill from there to here, target, replace, orange stain, no, orange, what is this? What is this? Orange concrete. There you go. And so then instead of this being a lever, you could have it be target blocks that then are, what's that lever? You could then take this redstone here and ideally run it into each one of the target blocks. I'd have to move this a little bit, but so I'm not going to do it. But yes, you absolutely could. Wait, then you run into a different problem. Hang on. You'd have to do it a different way. The levers here would have to be always on. And then you'd have to go fill there to here. Rail, replace powered rail. Okay, that's what you'd have to do. So that way you could shut this side off and the minecart always parks correctly. Because if the minecart doesn't park correctly, then it might park in the middle of the rail, and then you run into other problems. And conceptually, I should have kept this even bigger. This could be, all you need is the 1 block difference here. So like here, let's move this, because this is an easy system to redo. So we've got green, blue, purple. Yeah, this is still orange, I think, because this is the system that will determine if our rail are on or off or not. See, so you still need that gap there, or you run into problems. Okay. And then there should be some rails. Oh no, I'm in creative, so there shouldn't be rails. And so then this one lever should do the same thing. It should be inverted. See, now those run. And then, can you please? That's perfectly fine. And now I need our piston that was right here. To move that whenever it's on. There you go. Oh wait, this breaks it a different way. You just have to have air blocks there. Oh well. And so when this shuts off, all of our minecarts would park. All of the pistons stop firing. Everything is off. And yeah, no noise, no nothing, no problem. You could set the farm to automatically start if there are bone meal in the dispensers. I mean, you could, but the problem with that is eventually we want to put a bunch of, what do you call it? What are those called? The vines, the creeping vines. We want to use creeping vines to have enough bone meal to not have to worry about this. And clearly we are getting a reasonable turnaround on this. Like, yeah, look at the amount. So this was, again, a single stack of bone meal that was just used until it completely ran out, turning everything that it could into... So we filter out the 2 fungus types, and then it turns everything else into bone meal and sends it back into the farm. And now we get no bone meal, but we got, you know, basically 2 stacks of crimson fungus. Well, 2 stacks of fungus for our 1 stack of bone meal. But I don't think that we would want to just run the farm whenever there's bone meal in this dropper, because eventually we should be generating enough bone meal from our creeping vine farm that we could keep this running the vast majority of the time. But ultimately, this does loop back around again to, in the short term, we definitely want the bone meal... Or excuse me, we definitely want the bones to be saved from our wither skeleton farm. And is there just an easier way of doing this? This seems very excessive. Yeah, this feels very excessive, damn. You won't have to run it very often. I mean, that's true. For the purposes of, like, running something like this, I put in one thing of bone meal, and then I get back. This is 62 trees that I would then be able to cut, right? Those shouldn't be in there. This is 62 trees I should then be able to cut off of a single stack of bone meal. So it's almost 1-to-1. For, like, all intents and purposes, the trees that I would want to cut are 1-to-1. So, yeah, I don't need to run this very often. It doesn't generate enough bone meal, even in a perfect world, which is what our first test was. Yeah, so we only run this whenever we want more fungus, and we only want more fungus when we need to grow more trees. And the number of times that we're going to want, either warp stem or stripped warp stem, so basically the nether trees, blah, 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 is infrequent. We don't use the nether trees that often in our builds, do we? Not enough to justify running this thing all the time. Or you could match the speed of the tree farm. So I already generate a redstone output here whenever the tree farm is grown. Could I invert that redstone output to then run this farm like once or something? Like, imagine if the player steps into the tree farm, starts cutting down the tree, and then because the player is cutting down the tree, this farm starts running. Do I have an overworld tree farm? Yeah, I'll show you. Hell, I'll even show you in my hardcore world. And so it was a video that I made a little while back. I would say that it went viral. 1-point-something million views, give or second, give or take. How many views did it get? 1.3 million views. Yeah, I would say that's pretty viral for a Minecraft sort of thing. So the concept exists exactly the same as we're pursuing in the Nether with Nether trees. And there's nothing stopping us from building the Nether tree farm in the overworld, other than my overworld is laggy as hell, and I need to be aware of the amount of lag that I'm generating. So diversifying the placement of my farms will be good for the overall longevity of the world. So the same sort of thing happens underneath the ground over here. We have is it nighttime? Yeah, doesn't matter though. Inside this like cobblestone thing here, we have a skeleton spawner. Of course, going through like water streams and what have you. They then go up, over, land, and fall, landing with exactly 1 health. We then have a bunch of player-owned or player-tamed wolves, which then automatically attack and kill skeletons. This one needs to be a little bit different. You have to have a trapdoor that flips open and close, because sometimes regular skeletons can spawn with armor. Sometimes that armor can be boots, sometimes those boots can be enchanted, sometimes that enchant can be feather falling, and if all of that happens, they don't land at 1 health, which means that it takes 2 or 3 hits from a wolf to kill them. So you need to have the trapdoors in order to prevent your wolves or the player from being shot by a skeleton because they landed with either feather falling or protection. So it has to be a little bit different, but you can see that it works basically the same. And then I'm able to step inside here. I step up on this trap door, and I look at this very precise position, and then I hold right click, I hold left click.
But the difference with this farm... Oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot to put my saplings in my offhand. Hang on. So the difference with this farm, though, is it has a leaf crusher built into it. Right click, left click. It has a leaf crusher built into it. So if you watch the amount of saplings that are in my offhand, it dipped down to 62, but it's replenishing itself. So I don't have to worry about the number of saplings that I have. I don't have to worry about the durability of my tool because it's being repaired by the skeleton experience grinder behind me. And then because, you know, this is the overworld, I just have a plethora of farms that are running that then feed into composter arrays to then generate enough bone meal for me to use this farm indefinitely. So yeah. And this works with oak, birch, jungle, and spruce, I believe. This is the most complex axe-based tree farm I've ever seen. I'll take that as a compliment. It's not even that complicated, though. Like, real talk, the redstone is very simple. Like, my girlfriend, who plays Minecraft, is like a very casual player. She could build this. Skeletons never have thorns. They do have thorns. Especially considering that the local difficulty of this area is 6.38, which is basically capped difficulty. Difficulty caps at 6, but then depending on the phase of the moon, it can go higher than 6. So I am effectively difficulty capped in a hard world with a local difficulty above 6. So it's a pretty high chance that skeletons spawn with armor, that armor can be enchanted, that enchant can be thorns, and then thorns can deal damage. But it's a lot of randomness still. In my experience, in this absolute worst case scenario, the wolves last about 12 hours. And then they die. Well, considering, when would you use an AFK farm? Probably while you're sleeping. And so I would say that that 8 to 10 hour window, your wolves are fine for 8 to 10 hours. So as long as you go to bed, wake up, and then come immediately check on your farm and heal up your wolves, you're fine. So can you farm normal ogs if you do this without the axe? Yeah, but you gotta do something a little different. So let's say I didn't want to use the axe, which is a perfectly valid thing. I step out of the farm, I change it from axe mode into hand mode, and now it's gonna slow down a lot. But yes, you can do it without an axe. And you can see that it stays extended for so much longer. It gives me, the player, time enough to punch through each one of these logs. And then as soon as I get through the last log, it retracts. So, yeah, it works. But you can't use any sort of like detection at the top. Maybe one day I can use some sort of hypothetically, I might be able to, in 1.18, set up a skulk sensor that listens to the sound of the very last block being destroyed. So, that block there. And I could use that to trigger the farm instead of the, you know, I observe the first block of the farm currently. So maybe in 1.18 I could build an upgraded version of this, seeing because that one was a leaf block up there and it triggered a little slower. So maybe in 1.18 I could build an updated version of this that doesn't require the player to swap its modes. And it might be a little bit faster or smarter than just running brute force clocks, because that's what it does now. It's just brute force clocks. But I don't know. I haven't played around with skulk sensors yet, so I don't know if that's possible. But on paper, it sounds possible. So yeah, and then again, you could do this overnight. This version would last forever because you're not worried about repairing a tool, right? I would worry about, especially in harder difficulties, player health and player saturation or player food. But as long as you have a regeneration beacon set up, you're not going to have a problem. I have a feeling that the skull sensor will detect many more things, unfortunately. I mean, yeah, like, I'm imagining what it'll have to be. And let's say a skulk sensor has a detection range of 16 blocks. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to insulate the skulk sensor with wool. Like, that's pretty obvious. But then you can also... but then you're going to have to place the skulk sensor 16 blocks directly above the last block of this tree as to not detect the first through fourth blocks and only the fifth block. So you can gate the signal. Could you go into more detail? So anyway, I have a tree farm that works in the overworld. This works with oak, birch, jungle, and spruce. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. These actually should just go in here. And then what I do with this, I'm gonna put that back to axe mode. I basically filter them all into their different tree types and send them over here. And then you can hear I have a furnace array that's just behind this wall that's just running right now in order to replenish the bone meal that we just used from running that farm. Personally, I'm not a big fan of like cheesy things in Minecraft, especially in a hardcore world. Like if you're gonna play a hardcore world, then you have a philosophy that you're approaching Minecraft with. Now, see, that's pretty good. And so I don't want to use TNT dupers. I don't want to use, like, that's why I didn't get up on top of the Nether to build my zombie piglin farm, which is what we passed on the way in over here. Yeah, this is my zombie piglin farm. If I'm committing to doing something in hardcore, I feel like I should do it in the as much intended way as I possibly can. So no dupers, no wither containment, no building on top of the Nether, no blah, 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 blah. So yeah. So I mean, first things first, I think that we add one more filter to this. Hey, look at that. I lost my hardcore Skyblock world AFK years ago. That's big sad. This is my 4th hardcore world, and I lost my 2nd one while I was AFK. I was AFK inside of a fish farm, and somehow, and it was just like a little hut, and somehow, it was a cobblestone hut. Somehow the side of it got blown open, and there was just a hole in it, and I was dead. So like, how does a creeper just randomly explode right next to the hut that I was AFK in, then creating a hole for other mobs to come in and kill me? I don't know. What do target blocks do? Redstone can connect to them, so they're useful in compacting circuitry. Additionally, you can shoot them with an arrow, and then they generate a redstone output. But I don't want to do that, because the reason I'm using it is for compacting circuitry. Gold sensor's output is dependent on action, so you could set the comparator to only output a signal at the action of the log break. Interesting. So I could have it watch because the position 4, so whenever a tree grows, you have position that a player can reach. Players can only reach 5 blocks away. So you have position, basically 1, 2, 3, 4, and then let's see if I can reach this. So I could destroy all of these torches. It's just that it's a torch, so I can't reach it correctly. 2, 3, 4, 5. Anyway, let's move this down because it's not a full block, so I can't reach it correctly. So the 5th block isn't always wood. The 5th block is sometimes wood and sometimes a leaf block. But the 4th block, so 1 through 4, are always wood. Always wood. So you ignore 1, 2, 3. So really it's the difference between 4 and 5 where there is a difference for the purposes of observing something. So what you could do is you could set it up to listen to the sound of the 4th block being broken, or alternatively you could have it listen to the 5th block being broken and try to detect both wood and leaf. Different actions have different signal strengths, is what I was trying to say. Interesting. Well, that'd be very interesting if we could build a tree farm to listen for those. So, anyway, my brain is kind of fried a little bit. I'd like to go get dinner, chat room. So I think I'm gonna call it a stream. I feel like we've made good progress. I think what we do next time is we're gonna clean up. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I think that we'll set up the expanded filter in order to grab the bones, so that way we can convert them into bone meal, at least in the short term. Then I think we set up the nether tree farm, just so that way we can have it and it's there, and we can start to like visualize the space that we have available to us. We could then work on the whatchamacallit, the fungus farm, so that way we have the fungus needed to run the tree farm. And then maybe start to look and explore different types of bone meal farms to be able to run both of those things. So anyway, that's tomorrow's stream. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Huge shout out to Eltrian. Shout out Gareth Lore at the end of the stream. Thank you guys, you were wonderful, and I really appreciate the support. I'm gonna go get dinner, and I will see you soon. For those of you that are actually real, hit the follow button. We got follow botted today, so. Anyway, yeah, I'm off. This outro is taking too long. I'm out. I'll see you later, chat room. Good night.